I'm getting random kills. Is this so chaotic? Like crazy tapping guitars, like Levi kind of stuff, like Bill and Ted kind of things. And, I literally have a effects unit that makes bomb sounds, like legit makes bomb sounds. It was on a Nine Inch Nails record. I have the same unit. It's actually on one of the early of Carnage. Got him. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. There, dude.
How about that? I better have my daggum panda suit on now.
Hello, welcome to the kitchen. My sous chef is getting himself a spot, ready to go. How you doing, Chewy? Looks like you're doing well. I'm a streamer that does lots of different stuff. A lot of times video games, but today I feel like doing some music, playing around with some tones. So I'm going to be turning this microphone on and off. Sorry if it makes popping noises, but it's the most easiest, direct way I can do stuff. Let's get down to it. Let's get things on the grill, shall we? So, it's the most recent one I've been working on, and I have added a couple elements here. I'm going to explain what I've done. So I've done my editing, well, the rough editing. Here's my two guitar tracks here. So this is the main rhythm track that goes through a train wreck, and from the same DI signal goes into an HM2 style pedal called the Grindstein. And together, those sound like. So, from there, we have those. I'll actually do this, and then I did a quad track. I'm going to unarm that. Did a quad track where I took my normal 6-string, ran it into the Gorgira plugin, which has a whammy pedal, so I did the octave down thing with it, and it kind of made it sound a little more synthy, and then ran that into the Gorgira, the high gain head with the high gain cab. Kind of put the microphones more on the edge of the cone, kind of got more low end out of it, and that sounds like this.
So you see how it's like kind of farty sounding? It's kind of synthy, farty. Justice back in the 2000s. It's together. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find a way to get this mic a little closer and there we go. That probably will help. So from here, started messing around with the bass this morning, just randomly, because I use Easy Bass. So if you just have the DI signal or the signal just by itself, it kind of sounds kind of MIDI, like it was done on MIDI. So one of the things I figured out is if you run it through a bass amp sim or like a distortion pedal or something like that, you can kind of make it sound more human. So that's what I've done here. Is we're gonna do this, but we're gonna mute that. Actually, kind of bring in each element as we go along here. So this will be the bass by itself. So that's what I initially started out with, was that bass tone. I really loved the bass tone. Then I took that same bass MIDI, but then picked a different tone, which was the Genty pick, I believe. But something that I did is I actually, with the routing here, didn't send it into the parent. So that means it's not coming out the bus. It's just going into the second track here and going into this amp right here. Well, while my computer reboots on its own. Thank you for whoever's tuning in right now. I was actually getting to the good part. Oh, man. But basically, I'm going to be explaining what I did with the bass tones here. Kind of figured out something cool just, an hour ago that I haven't done just like that. So, yeah, you came in right on time. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Oh, how embarrassing. But oh, well. We'll be playing around with some bass tones. I don't know, I just really like this new track, like the way it sounds. Loving it. Like the guitars sound like one of my favorite amps that I was never able to get back in the day, a Satellite Mudshark. It's just a 2-knob amp, so it's just a gain and a tone. And it just had like the thickest, like nicest distortion, but darker sounding distortion. And it was the best way. I was thinking about this just a little bit ago. It was kind of like processed fried mud. There was a little bit of crispiness, there was a little bit of bottom, and it was still a little splatty sounding, but not too splatty. Like it just had the right mixture of things. And so between the quad track and the original, like I've got that kind of Mudshark tone. kind of a good example of Mud Shark would be let's see, Crowbar, Clutch. I think Clutch did start using the Mud Shark because that was like their tone, which somehow they figured out how to do that back in the 90s. So actually, props to them on figuring that out. So for me, like back in like 2005, I was like, man, if I had a satellite Mud Shark, life would be great. Never got one. I don't think they're even a company anymore, even though they made good stuff. I don't know if they survived the pandemic or not, because they were a small boutique shop, and kind of when Amp Sims and Amp Modelers kind of came to the picture, they might have got pushed out of the picture. I really hope someone at least got a Kemper and or an Axe-Fx and or a Neural DSP quad cortex capture of any of the satellite stuff, because it's quality stuff. Still waiting for my computer to come back up here, but yeah, just a little history lesson there. And also the Ampeg. So I'll go into it when I show what amp I use for the primary bass sound. One of the Fitmo. I wish I just had money back in the day. I just have tons of crap. It's probably a good thing that I didn't. But one of my favorite amps I ever played out of at Guitar Center was like this old Ampeg guitar. Ampeg normally makes bass stuff, but they do make a few guitar things here and there. And I don't know. I wish cell phones weren't even a thing when I found this. Wish I could have taken a picture of it, but man, it just had that sound very close to like the satellite Mud Shark, everything else. It just had that nice low growl, dark, distorted tone. Jimmy Eat World would actually be in that category, John. Jimmy Eat World. That'd be along the same highly saturated, dark, heavy tones. There we go. I need to figure out what that guy uses, because actually he has a good tone. He actually does a good job. Let's see. Now let me bring up the session. But yeah, that's kind of like on this. Like I just kind of was going on a nostalgia tour in my brain, right? Oh man, this sounds great. If I could find how to do it with these really low tune guitars. Because it kind of makes like, even if you're in like drop C, it makes you sound like you're in drop A or G, which is pretty low. I'm in E, drop E, E1. So my top string is the same as a normal 4-string bass. It's the same E. So I'm gonna play around with the bass tone a little bit more. I think I actually got it locked in, to be honest with you, but I want to explain what I did. And also just, I don't know, talk about amps and stuff, because I feel like talking about amps, because I like amps. I love the modern plug-in thing. I love it because I get to have all these different amps for cheap, and I just have all of them at my disposal. I don't have to maintenance them, and I don't have to physically store them, and I don't have to sit there and be loud or anything else. I can just make it all work, and I have a full arsenal. And I was kind of sad because hopefully it will still be going on, but there was a sale that just came on Plugin Alliance, and basically have most of their guitar amps for $30, bass and or guitar. And there's 2 of them that I really want. Oh man, I want the SVT Pro 3. I played with the guy that used to have the SVT Pro 3. I loved it. And they have an Ingle Savage 120 and a Rocker Game, which is a orange Rocker 100 or 50. I'm sorry, 50. Which orange would fit in that darker. Talk nerdy to you? Oh, I can. Trust me. Because I'm gonna explain why I got the sound that I got. to a certain extent. And let's see here. Now we're back. Let me make sure that the drum samples have now loaded. They have. Okay. So I did the Genty pick, so it's the same bass line. I just picked a different bass tone, and then I told it not to go out out the bus, and then just into this amp. So these two things here are coupled together. We don't hear this one, but it feeds this one. And I used this Galen-Kruger 800 RB, which I lost my shit when these first came out because it's a biamp. So you get to individually control two different power amps, and one controls the high and one controls the low. So you can kind of do what the studio trick / live bass trick, where you get two channels and you get the high end the way that you want it, and then you get the low end in a different channel the way that you want it, and then you blend them together to basically make the bass tone right. And so this is that, but out of a single amp. So you're doing that trick out of one single source. So thank you to whoever at Galen-Kruger did this. I freaking love this thing. And I have played one live, and this is one of the most favorite bass amps I ever played with at Guitar Center. In fact, the two I'm using for the bass amps are two I've played at Guitar Center, and I freaking love them. They're probably my top two as far as actually physically getting to play one. This thing just has a great sound to it. So this one's a little lower in the mix. This is kind of filling out the mid-range, or not the mid-range, but the low end. And it's kind of something to kind of, give it some clarity, but it's clarity to set up the low end to sound cleaner, not the other way around. So I guess I can just do that. Oops. So, sorry, I'm gonna be clicking on the mic on and off. Let me know if I have to do it differently. Oh, it's so low, probably not coming through. Let's see. Oh, I know what's going on. Jerks. So see how there was like a lot of low meat in there, but just a touch at top end, not a whole lot. I actually, obviously, with this button here, which is great because it makes it great to blend amps together, mid contour. So I dipped the mids a certain way, totally dipped out the low mid, because these two tracks here will take care of that. Plus, it's got a little bit of a boost there, so it's kind of hitting the front end of the amp really nice. So it's using the preamp to its full potential is what that means. And then we got the original. So that's kind of like what the beef is coming from is these two right here. And then the main part is the combination of these two. So in this case, I actually do have the original sending out. So we hear this one, and then I'm feeding it into this one here. And this particular bass amp is a freaking legend. You've probably heard it more times than you've ever realized. So, because it was so distorted, it was kind of missing some things. So this particular amp helps humanize it. It kind of gives it more of a human feel. And then also it kind of, it's underneath the main bass tone, but it fills it out really nice, especially in that low mid area. So let me see if I can get this one by itself. So it's like kind of scratchy, kind of, but you can, I mean, at least from my perspective, there's a lot of mids in there, which is what I'm wanting. And then we actually have like the primary bass tone. This is the bass tone that started it all. And then together, kind of cleans it up and makes it, here, sorry. So that amp just fills it out just a touch. And in the context of the whole mix, it does it just right. So let's listen to the mix as far as a whole to see if I still like it. And then I'm actually going to move up and I'm going to try Joe Basseri trick up on the quad tracked guitars. We'll see if that will work, and I'll explain the Joe Basseri trick. Joe Basseri is a producer / sound engineer for Queens of the Stone Age, Tool, Jimmy Eat World, master of the heavy guitar. It's pretty cool. Sorry. Dadgummit. Yes, I was excited. Dadgummit. Sorry. I gotta get used to this. Sorry. So I'm explaining the Joe Basseri trick. So the Joe Basseri trick. So Joe Basseri, I'm not sure when I turned it on and off here. He is the music producer slash engineer for Tool, for Queens of the Stone Age. Legendary dude, legendary guy in at least the rock world. I think he's even done some Jimmy Eat World. So basically, it wasn't any of those bands. It was a different project, and from there, there was a problem with one of the guitar tracks. It just wasn't like heavy enough. It didn't have enough gain on it. It seemed right at the time, but then I think they made some changes down the line, and kind of the guitars got put on the back burner, and then you're left with two choices, right? You either get creative, or you have to have the guitar player or get a session guitar player to come in and re-record. And depending on which band it is, and if they're on tour, all that kind of stuff, like it's a big problem because it was in the final state, some of the final stages. So this is a big problem, kind of an oversight. It happens. So what he did was he got the guitar tracks in one tape machine, ran it out the tape machine into two guitar pedals, which were Ibanez TS9s, Tube Screamers, and then back into the main mix. And he blended them in. So these were actual kind of what I did with the bass thing, and what I'm going to try to do with these quad tracks here. And it made all the difference in the world, and it made it sound so freaking heavy and so great. Like, that saved the day. What's up, Duke? You come by for pets? You need a run by petting? All right. Later, baby boy. Later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. He's not giving up. That's okay. So basically, he saved the day with two TS9 pedals going out of one tape machine into the other. And so it wasn't from the DI signal. So these here, it's similar to the Joe Basseri trick, but I use the same DI. So it kind of comes from the same source spot. This time I'm actually going to take these really distorted tracks and then distort them more. It's what I'm doing. Because it's fun. Why not try to experiment with that kind of stuff, right? Like, once again, I'm in the digital realm here. I'm in the digital realm. Try it. Why not? Why not try it? And that's similar, kind of what I did here too with the bass, is kind of the same similar concept. Kind of finding ways to get more harmonics, more just distortion in there, but like now you can duck it underneath, and it just kind of creates more overtones, more interesting. Sometimes it can clear up a mix with extra distortion. It's really kind of crazy. You would not think that. Hey, Charlotte. You guys in an attention competition? You guys getting jealous about each other? I figured. You normally do. Alright. Go lay, baby girl. Thank you. Good girl. So we're going to try to do that trick right in here. So all I'm doing is right click, boom, and then so when I do that, so this would be when I did that, it made it in the same bus here. So we're I'm going to start centered. We're going to mute that just in case. For, you've worked in technology, for the sake of troubleshooting, right? We're going to pan that back. We're going to now set. Ooh, I need to name it because I don't know which track I'll be going into. So I don't know. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be doing a lead over this because I just like the way that everything else is sounding. I don't think it might not need it. Sometimes you got to be real with yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. 2HM. 2 left. So I'm going to start out with the Grindstein. The Grindstein just seems to have like the magic blending thing going on. And that's been going on since Andy Sneap and before. The Swedish chainsaw effect. So I'm going to solo this. Now I'm going to find... Because that's the thing, I got plenty of amps I could sit there and try this through. Who knows what I'll end up... I might even send it through a bass amp. I don't know. That's the fun of this whole thing. But I know that normally this Grindstein gets the job done. So I'm going to start with something that I think has a high probability of working. Saves time, right? So I'm just going to leave the mic on during this point. And then once I find something I like, I will switch it around. See what it sounds like. Oh, I didn't route it. Hello. Now we go here. I routed it into that track. I always take the none. It really doesn't make all that much of a difference. It's just more about just one less thing that the CPU has to take care of. And you see how many tracks that I have, it can add up, right? Oh my gosh. We'll get that top end back in. Ooh. So now I'm going to turn the volume all the way off here. Then I'm going to see if I can blend it in. I actually think that worked. Let's test out the theory here. What was that? So I used the width on, and this is something that's unique to Reaper. I don't know. They just have like this width thing, so you can tailor your mid side stuff to a T. It's pretty cool, and that's a big thing that I do. Is I kind of treat it more like an onion than a beam. So that was at 54%. We'll try that at 54. I might adjust it. Who knows? There we go. Then copy. Once again, lovely thing about digital. Do I think analog's fantastic? You better believe it. But does this work and is it fun? You better believe it as well. Before I even go any further, I'm gonna go there. See how this sounds by itself. Oh, I got a route. I got a route. But it actually made it a little clearer. I can tell from the left side. Oh, I gotta make it the same. Was that 35.3? Oh boy. Bam. See how it's kind of like splatty, and then it cleans it up. So from there, I actually really like that. Just turned it down just a smidgen. Seemed to do the trick. Oh, one thing I do need to do is, that's 98. I forgot about that. Try it there. Might be the reason why I had to turn it down a little bit. Let's see. I don't know how much that translated over to you, but that's so I got these set to ooh, it's supposed to be 98. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So set those to 98, set these to 99. Yeah, that to 98, that to 99. Turned it down a little bit, widened it out just a smidgen to 57 from 54. Seemed to do the trick because now everything's kind of sitting together. It actually, me messing with the painting kind of saved like what I've done with the kick drum so far. So that means I'm probably doing something right because I base things off the kick drum. So that is pretty cool. Let's see here. Shoot. You know what? I'm that confident that we are just going to... We're going to render. Gonna render these guys. It's gonna be great. I love Reaper because it makes it so nice and great. But that way everything's committed. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do a lead or not. Like, I don't know if it needs it. So I'm already kind of like stuffing it full of other stuff. Okay, let me see. Oh boy! Yeah. That is freaking fantastic. So now I got 4 tracks for what I'm putting in as the quad tracking. I got 4 tracks of just the normal guitar. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and commit these 2 as well. I really like how everything's sitting now. It's very nice, kind of complex. Kind of gets the bacon going. You know what I'm saying? Like now we got some sizzling bacon going in here. Let's double check. Very nice, very nice. We're just gonna mute that for the moment, just in case I want to add something else in later. Shoot. Actually, you know what? I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna spend time on the lead. I'm not gonna do it. I freaking love the way this sounds. I'm rolling with it. I'm going with it. So now, say project as. So rhythm guitar runner. Now I'm going to say that I'm going to render the drums. Render drums. here. Something that I do for the kick and snare is that I definitely get these mono, and then the rest of them I do stereo. Just so when I do some things later on, it makes it a lot easier to mix. When you're working with between the bass and the kick in a mono field, it makes it all the difference in the world. And then with one certain plugin, I can actually, like, instead of doing the sidechain compression trick, I can then more real time and with the natural tones that I already like, just kind of have them kind of whoop whoop whoop, kind of play off each other and kind of open up some frequency range as needed. But I don't do that until way later on, because this point, once I render the drums, it's then on to the first phase, which is my baked in process, where I use analog consoles and tape machines, well, analog emulations of consoles and tape machines, to then kind of refine the sounds that I liked, tame the mids, and then boom, kind of go from there to see what else I can fill out with it. Because I don't know, I like, you don't have to use every single ounce of sonic space, but it's fun to try. So let me get this done here. You going mono with you. Dang, I got that kick hot. That kind of needs to be with all that bass. Just gotta push through. Oh, I thought I was gonna have to do more to the drums, but actually once the tones kind of started fleshing out nicely for the bass and or the guitar and bass, I was just like, don't need to worry about it. So actually, I've already added in cymbals and things like that. I've already kind of done that piece, but sometimes I add in more later or take away. And I think it sounds good. So we are rolling with it. So basically what I'm doing right here is I'm just going to render down each piece of the drums. Go through kind of leaving it muted like that. And then I'll save it into a different session just like how I did a minute or two ago. And from there, actually start doing some mixing. Is that right? 1, 2, and that goes into the reverb. Okay. I haven't done this trick with the stereo thing yet. Let's see what it does. Oh, that's pretty cool. They just did a update with this particular feature, and I really like it. You can actually see it all working. It gives you all the stats of the RMS levels, the loofs, all that kind of stuff. Plus, it makes it a lot faster, right? Lucky us. So, the project now we're going to save as rendered, or we'll go like bass rendering. mix phase 1. Bip. Drums. There's 0 1. So basically what I'm saying is, hey, all the basic stuff is done. Now I can get in and get down to it as far as mixing is concerned. And if I really feel like later I need to add in a lead part, it's not hard. We are digital. Yeah. Oh crap, I just ruined all that. Great. Definitely always good to, you know, free up CPU cycles. So from here I can get rid of these. Sure there's nothing else. Nope. All right. Now everything's going to get its own color. This one is special. Also, this one is special. That's actually a pretty funny commercial. All right, now I dropped everything into its own bus. Dadgummit, I meant to hit control before I hit that. So now I'm going to color code everything. Eh. See here. Custom color. And you know what? I'm going to try this inside the bus. Why not? So I run a parallel compressor for my toms. So it's kind of where I get the punch from for the when you hear like the toms hit hard, that's what's doing the work most of the time. So now I can get rid of this. This is actually like the most bass stuff I've done. Pretty cool. Did it pretty actually differently than what I normally do. Need to get that in there too. Generally for bass, I do purple. And see, now you can see it like in the bass bus, or I'm sorry, not the bass bus, the drum bus. You can see what's mono, which is the kick and snare, and then everything else is stereo. So it has 3 lanes going on. Guitars I normally just leave gray, but in this case, I'm gonna make these something a little different here, just so I can always keep it straight. Because it's really like it's my glue, you know what I'm saying? Got that glue. Darker gray, that might be cool. No. I was hoping for a bigger contrast there. Okay. Screw it. We'll go green. There you go. Now there's no doubt. There's no doubt. there. Now I've gone through and organized. That's cool. I've actually got 4 tracks for each stringed instrument, all doing very different stuff. Kind of. That's something else that Joe Passeri is amazing at, is actually using like ugly sounds then to cancel out other frequencies that come out through the. So when you get that cancellation effect, sorry, my wife's texting me. It really brings depth to it. So that means that in context to what's happening with the speaker, as it's traveling out, it's actually transforming outside of the speaker. So it's going to always be more interesting. Which is really cool. And that's nothing new. That's actually been around since like the 60s. That's something that was a big trick that they used to do, especially with those simpler consoles. Eddie Kramer is an amazing example. So the guy who did Hendrix, he brought it up to the next step there, and he would use like phasers and things like that. Like he's got some new plugin, like signature plugins that just came out, and it's way different than the Chris Lord Algae stuff. And I get that Chris Lord Algae is really good, but he gets pushed too much, and he gets I mean, Eddie Kramer is awesome too. He's just as awesome and really push things forward, especially at an earlier point. Chris Lord Algae figured out how to use an SSL before anybody else. That's what that comes down to. Had time to figure things out. He does a great job with all the spatial effects and things like that. He makes it sound great. He does. But it drives me nuts with these signature plugins that he has. It's like, oh, well, now you instantly get the Chris Lord Algae sound. No, you don't. No, you don't. You absolutely 100% do not get the Chris Lord Algae sound just because you put in a plugin. You don't have his control room. You don't have his monitors. You don't have the console that he's been working off of for the last 30 years. You don't have any of that. Now, you got some elements that he uses. They basically modeled some of his reverb boxes and delay boxes that he uses. And yeah, he still uses the outboard gear. But I actually like when they make it into plugin form, because it makes it like, I love the fact that they made the Grindstein into a plugin form. Thank you, Doherty and Christian Cole, for agreeing to do all that. Thank you, because the pedal's awesome, the real pedal, but the plugin's great as well. Makes life for me very makes it easy, and it still sounds great, and it still does a great job, and I can still endlessly experiment, even though it went really smoothly there. But I just love it. Sorry, my wife keeps texting me. She is trying to be very nice and sweet, so I cannot deny that. Oh, I guess she wasn't at lunch yet. Okay. Guess she got a chance to go to her locker. It's rare that my wife would text me out of the blue like that, so I was like, oh gosh, did something happen? Only time she texts me is when she's at lunch. Okay. So moving forward, only thing I got going on the bass bus right now is just a little EQ, just to kind of trim off. And this is something that Frightbox Studios YouTube channel taught me is you actually, like, between your bass, kick, and guitars, you kind of high pass it a certain way. He gives a good starting point, but you don't have to do exactly the frequencies that he says. But it does help clean up the low end, and it does bring clarity to your mix very easily without having to do a bunch of extra crap. It's very simple. You just high pass until it fits. So I got the bass at 49. Let's see what I got the guitars at. Got this set of guitars at 57. And then those guitars I got at 106. So that's a pretty hard pass there. But that's okay. And then I got a low pass going on, which that frees up the high end, right? Guitars are mainly a mid-range instrument, so I got some nasty frequencies that I dipped out here, like the ones that you don't want, that I could hear. It makes it sound boxy, so I took that out and it kind of clears up the sound. But this takes away some of the extra fizz and stuff like that, some of the extra junk that can happen that could stick out in a mix really easy. So I got it going on all of it. In fact, I got the guitars harder on the low pass than I do the bass. So, because that's how I kind of keep in the clarity with the bass, is I don't low pass it as hard. Got some, same thing going on here. I did this to kind of give clarity to the guitars in here as well, and also for the snare. And then I low pass the kick, I think, to 27 hertz for a while. Ooh, my gosh, I did not want to do that. Sometimes working with these keyboards like this, that kind of crap happens. But anyways, that's what I'm starting out with. So I got everything basically the way that I want it to sound. I just want to double check really quick. Oh, I'm loving it. Okay. So now we get to do my favorite part. The baked in process is my favorite part. It is fantastic. It is glorious. Yeah. I love drums. Just like I love lamp. All right, now I've done this enough where I know which consoles to use with what piece, and you can't go wrong with a Neve on drums. I'm just gonna say that the reason why the 70s had such a great drum sound. Neve. So I have the, where is it? Where are you? By the way, just for anybody random coming in, and you're into sound engineering, Analog Obsessed is all free plugins done by one guy, and they're freaking fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And all these are either, some of these are like Neve preamps and stuff like that. Let's see, I got the Arturia, and it's the pre-1973. What makes the Neve console so great is the fact that there's not a bad sound on them. It's just kind of tailoring it to what you want. I'm gonna go mid-side. The reason why I do mid-size is because it's a mono source. So basically now, since I did mid-side, all I have to concentrate on is this. And just the EQ section just sounds so good. It's very musical. It's very intuitive. So I've, as you saw, I did cut some big pieces out of my kick too. So I cut first, then I add in. So what these consoles do is tame the mid range, but then I find one or two mid frequencies to boost just a little bit. And then with the kind of pop of the kick, I use the airband here, this top end airband thing, and it does a great job. It does an amazing job, in fact, of making that stand out without it like destroying your ears. So we gain up a little bit to get a little saturation. We trim down a little bit to get the same unity gain. And then we get in the click of the kick. And then I go through and see if there's anything cool down in the other frequencies. It's kind of what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to solo it. So yeah, like especially starting out between the kick and snare, I solo those elements first. Some of the other ones I just go through and because it's going to just be purely in the context of mix. So unless I can't figure out something that's wrong, I don't solo it as much. But starting out, I do. See, just by putting up the gain, I've now even made the kick kind of pop more. So that's about, let's see. All right. So that has some better low mids. This has some better highs. I'm going to go with that. The highs. Oops, I gotta do this one. Yeah, that's about right. Ooh, yeah. Don't want to boost too much. See how boxy that sounds? So there we go. So sometimes you can still cut too. Sometimes it's good too. Felt like that case it was. Now, let's see what it sounds like in context. And so also something that I'm not worried about is making the low end of the kick stick out at this stage, because I'm actually going to add in some enhancers and use the Applied Acoustic Science oblique delay. And from there I can actually like do filter sampling and things like that where I can kind of fine tune the little piece. Because at that point, I've tamed a lot of the mids, a lot of the low mids, so I got a lot more room to work with. Right now, I'm concentrating on how the kick stands out as far as the kick, like the, what's the word I'm looking for? The click of the kick, kind of the attack of the kick sticks out at this point. go. Now I got, well, let's see. Because you also have to remember that I'm going to put a tape on it, and the tape will kind of shift the mid-range too a little bit, but you can get it to stand out clearly, especially with everything else being very unprocessed. You are on a very good track. I achieved clarity, which is what I'm wanting. Then I can add in the beef and everything later. So from here, I'm going to do my next favorite part. Add in some tape. And where I got this is from Musician on a Win. Or, yeah. Musician is Win. Or something like that. And how to make a digital DAW and Analog Studios, the video where I got this from. And it makes it where you don't have to sit there and do all this meticulous EQing and all that kind of stuff. I might do some dynamic EQing later on if, you know, sometimes you hear it one way and then you make a change that kind of changes the game, and then so you got to go back and make a correction to then facilitate that. But this really helps prevent a lot of that, and it just sounds great. And especially on these MIDI drums, it's similar to what I do with the MIDI bass with running it through an amp. It's doing a very similar thing here, and it kind of makes it more natural sounding, which I like. So now let's solo this. So you see, I'm trying to get this to like hit on 3 or let's see what that does. That's sounding actually pretty good. Ooh, let's got some more oomph. There we go. I want it to peak here, but like average between the 0 and the 3. When it hits hard, like there's some different kind of hits in here, but there we go. So I think I got it gained right, this is kind of like my gain here, and then there's the different colors. So now I will change the different colors to see which one, and it normally works out. One of those 3 colors will win. Just needed to stick out a little more, so I found that C was the best, and then I just turned the amount up just a little bit more, did the trick. Small movements is a good sign. All right, next is the snare. I love me some snare. I don't normally, when I find the right sound, I just go ahead and render it, but with the kick and snare, I'll wait to do both. Just so that way I know I'm starting everything out right. I don't have to make a small adjustment later on, or miss out on a small adjustment later on. So, on this, so you got a little bit of Neve, right? We got a little bit of Neve. And Neve's great. I love me some Neve. But it does complement well with the Trident. Trident's a part of, it's like the sister studio of some of the EMI studios. So the White Album for the Beatles was recorded on a Trident. Every single record for Genesis and most of Phil Collins stuff is recorded on a Trident. Why do I start out with a drum roll on a lot of songs? Phil Collins. So I always try to find somewhere to put in a Trident somewhere, and normally it's on the snare, and it does a great job on the snare. But we might do some comparison here, just because this kind of sets the tone for the whole mix. So I'm not going to sit there and have completely preconceived ideas, but I like to, on the snare, at least try to start with the Trident. Very musical EQ, very original EQ. Like, there's no EQ like this anywhere that I know of. I'm getting that mid side. It's a very, and they have this in just for anybody who's super into sound production. They have Trident now in 500 series form. So if you like those outboard 500 series stuff, Trident makes a legit themselves. They make that 500 series module. And one of these days, when I can get an outboard rig going, and I found one that would work for my setup, and I would actually then try to find as many of these plugins I could in a 500 series form and do the same process, but then use the outboard gear on a lot of it, just to see if I can get some extra mojo. You never know. But it would just be fun for me and nerdy. Just because I really love that kind of stuff. Let's get started here. We're going to... So I guess something I have to be careful of compared to others is I don't normally do rim shots, and here's rim shots. That's sounding right for the rim shots. Let's see if it sounds right for... I know that's not a full hit because I toned down the hits. There we go. Once again, I'm trying to hit in this 0 to 1 range here for the snare. There we go. Just the right amount of saturation. Trying to get some snap in there. Ooh. Kind of concentrating on the whack because I'm actually going to later, same thing, I add in kick and snare enhancers with the same plugin. So I'm not worried about getting the rattle sound as much right here. This is more about getting the body. I'm not even really worried about getting the body either because I can artificially throw that back in there. But the snap and the overall woodiness, there we go. How woody I want it to sound. That seems to be... Oh, yeah. This is going to be more the beef here. Yeah, it cuts through better. Generally the 100 to 90 range to 80, so like probably 120 back to 80 is like the wood of the snare normally. Ah, this is why I love this plugin or love this console, because you can just sit there and between those 4 frequency sets for each band, you can just find something that works. Ah, glorious. Let's see. I just really like that. I'm moving on. So now we're gonna get the tape on top of it. The tape it did. See. That's tighter sounding. That's beefier. Oh, it got a little more mid-range. That could work. Kind of makes it sound more like a marching drum, right? Oh. See, it's got that snap in there, so it's always going to sit in the mix right, no matter what I do after it. Like, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. A normally doesn't win on the snare, but it did today. You won. Grand prize for snare. Alright. So at this point now I'm going to render both of these. They're both in mono. See if everything still matches up. Ooh-wee. I'm liking that. Oh yeah. And the color. Let's see here. I'm committing. I really like it. And it's going to get better and better as I dwindle down the mid-range more and more and more. Alright, now we're going to do the high tom. Even though I'm not going to use this part, this is actually good. So I'm just going to start out right here. But this gives me a good looping point for the toms, because you need a loop toms. Unless you're having toms going the whole time, which most of the time that's not the case. And on toms, Neve is king. The Neve is fantastical in a lot of ways. Where are you? If I were to tell you that Rupert Neve was a wizard, I don't know if everyone would believe me, but they would be wrong because that dude's a wizard. So, okay, I got the loop engaged. So this button right here does the toggle repeat. So you get the, so I got it soloed. I got my, probably need to put it a little closer right here. So it's going to just loop this little piece over and over and over. Again. Nice. There you go. One of the few times that I actually use the high pass on a Neve console, but it's the high tom, so it's okay to do that. There you go. That's pleasing. Oh yeah. That's actually kind of pleasing. Oh yeah, that works. Let's see. Turn it down a little bit. There we go. There we go. Ba-da-da-da-da. Liking it. Liking it. Soft tube. I just really like this. This is probably my favorite tape plugin that I got. Is this guy. Even though I use other ones. But this one, yeah. It's Swedish. I like the Swedish tape machines. They're fantastic. Venom bombastic. So I'm actually gonna, to get everything in context here. Now I'm gonna loop this part. I like that C, and because it's not the kick and snare, I'm not trying to hit this 3 range here. I'm trying to hit 0 to 1. It's still an important piece because it's the drums, or at least to me, it's an important piece. So that's kind of where you gain stage. It's really cool because this is how they used to do it back in the day, is through VU meters. So I get to kind of use the same thing there. And basically something that you want to be more prominent in the mix, you get up into this red area and you kit it up to 3. So like kicks, snare for the most part might be a little bit under 3, a little bit at 3, just depends on how the mid range is. And then, like everything else, as far as drums are concerned, you try to get it around, well, each major element. So the kick, snare, tom, overheads, and room are a little different. But as far as the basic elements of the drums, you want them to hit either there or up in here. So, sounds great. Booyah. So I'm going to leave those in. I'm kind of, I haven't done this yet, but I think I'm going to not render that just yet and see how this mid tom is going to sound. Do I even have low tom? Nope. Low tom, you are not in play, so we remove you. Cool, that's kind of perfect. Right there, so that way I can make sure I can get the toms jiving. Once again, we gonna pull out that Neve. Rupert Neve is my favorite engineer of all time. I mean, Tesla's amazing. Einstein, yes. Stephen Hawking's, yes. As far as like scientists or engineers, people who bring things, but just overall, I just love Rupert Neve. That dude has done some special stuff. As far as applying what other people have figured out. So we're going to go there. We're now just going to solo. Ooh, that's hot. Ooh, that's clearer. See, it's the combination of those two knobs where I get the real character of the tom. That's why Neves are cool. That's cool. Okay. Then that has better attack. I think that one's gonna work. C1 barely, but it won. Just a little cleaner and clearer from my perspective. So now I actually got those done. Ooh yeah. Love your new feature. Love it, love it. That makes life nice. Alright. Ah, yeah. And I always like how a lot of times it still sounds better when you render it. Ah, yeah. I already know I like that. Go do that. Boom. Welcome to the club, fellas. All right. Now I do something a little different for. What's this? Where's the spot I've been starting from? There it is. So overheads are like some of the snare sound cymbals, mainly cymbals is what it is. So what I'm gonna do first, see how creative I can get with something here. So I'm going to not low shelf it, but high pass it and see if I can get some of that kick sound out of it. So let's see here, and we're not looping. It's already doing a good job of not having too much in there. So that's without with. Something where just the kick's barely in there. Just cutting out the barely any of the. And what I really like to use on overheads are Beatles consoles. Yes, you heard it right here. I use Beatles consoles. So Waves made this kind of, and this is actually really cool that they got to do this. They basically got like full rights to just do stuff with Abbey Road, especially when it comes to Beatles stuff. So like, let's see. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if you can see it, but this Abbey Road RS-124 compressor. Well, that's generally what Paul McCartney plugged his bass into. Gives that compressed Beatles sound. Also, I have the Abbey Road tape machines, which I'll be probably using. It does better on the high end. So, like when I'm doing something meaty, like kick, snare, toms, I use the soft tube one. But when I need more high end, I do at least experiment with these. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? But yeah, these J37s right here, which you've heard J37s on so much stuff. Just gonna put that out there. However, what we're interested in right now is either this Red 17 or this Red 3751. So Red 17 is Help. So this is not the first soundboard created by the research and development team at Abbey Road, but it's one of the ones that were like the first popular one, the one that kind of put them on the map. And that's what the Beatles used for Help. You have 37 and 51, which are later models of this. And you know, that era, I think actually Lenny Kravitz owns Red 37 at this point, but that is, let me see, Rubber Soul, the White Album for 51. So pretty cool stuff. And I'm surprised that the drums didn't sound better than what they did, because what they do to cymbals and overheads is great. So I'm first going to try the 17. It's just dirtier. This is just dirtier. So we go stereo, cool. All right. It's got this little drive knob here, which can be useful in this case. Sometimes I leave that off and then use the black box, but sometimes I don't. This is my starting point normally, so let's see. Yeah, it's what we're trying to do here. With the overheads, we're just trying to capture the top end for the most part. It's okay to have some of that stuff in there, but we'll try it there first. And see, now I'm going to try the dry knob here. And you can't, like, probably from this initial sound, it's probably hard to tell what's going on. But when you have the drive knob, it's really cool because sometimes you can just hear it then stick out better in the mix. It's really cool. Come on. See how the cymbals are now kind of popping out more. There we go. Huh. Yeah, use the little parallel on it. Yeah. Oh, I forgot what density is. Let's see what that is. Plug-in Alliance. This is why Plug-in Alliance is my favorite, because they have like little cool controls like this. But what does density does? Actually, 0 is where it's at. Kind of makes the kick too strong. If I go with more density, I'm thinking. Oh, let's try it. Yeah. Well, that's cool that you can mess with that. It just makes the cymbals pop. Nice. That's the cool thing about this. The newer one that they came out with is mid-side, so you can change it to mid-side, which is cool. But also you have now frequency like side chains, and you can do with side chains. You can sit up here and it be flat and just be like the first unit, or you can sit there and cut, or you can boost it, or you can just have filter. So it's really mainly affecting everything 10,000 hertz and above. So that's cool, and you can kind of tailor it where it fits in the pocket. That's fantastic. So I use this instead of the tape on, just because it just does an amazing job. And sometimes when I use the tape, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I hear it, and in this case, I don't need to put anything else. It's exactly the way I want to hear it. I mean, it sits right, and that's mainly what I'm doing with the tape machine anyways, just adding more saturation just in a different way. It processes differently, and that processed that exactly the way I needed it to. So we rolling with that guy. Let's see. I freaking love it. That is, it's fabulous. Yeah. That's the cool thing about digital too, is I can just do each individual element the way that needs to be done. And hey, that time it didn't need tape. Sometimes it does. But I found that Red 17 / black box design, this between these two here, you're probably going to hit what you need. Just makes the cymbal stand out. It just, Billy. Oh, man. Next, we're going to do the hi-hat. And I don't know how... I know there's hi-hat in here. It's just... Let me find some hi-hat real quick. There we go. So, once again, I'm probably gonna, yeah. So, yeah, it's that track right there. It's already very low because hi-hats are very prevalent in the overheads anyway, so this is kind of like me doing the same thing I'm doing with the bass amp and the guitar amp, but just same principle, just a different way and different rules because it's a different instrument. But it's to complement what's in the overheads. Some guys try to make this the primary element. I don't try to fight the overheads. So I kind of experiment more with this to kind of get things jiving with the hi-hat. Like, yeah, I can just barely hear that. But once again, we're probably going to be going to my trusty friend here, Red 17. And it like doesn't seem like it's gonna make a big difference, but it does in the context of the mix, just like those underlying layers do. Let's try something different. I'm not hearing it. Let's try 37 or 51. I got a little more sizzle out of it. There we go. Now I'm getting more of what I'm looking for. There we go. Definitely liking that better. But this is where I'm gonna use some of those weirder tape machines. That I got. I am gonna try the J37 first and then kind of compare there, but you know, I don't know. I'm liking the way that sounds. I'll just. So let's start here. Going full Beatles on the hi-hats. Let's add some wow. Add some flutter. I normally don't do that, but ooh, ooh, I heard something. So when you're doing the formula, that's kind of the type of tape, and then you got the speed, and these things can really do an EQ shift. Like if you go to this, that actually has a little more sizzle high end in it. that actually has goes a little more on the high end, but then it has a little high mid dip. But nice. Ooh, I think I like that. Ooh. Now slowing down the tape, I got a little more sizzle out of it. So there we go. Thicken up a little bit. You can add some slapback delay, which is pretty cool. Now we just saturate the hell out of it. Let's see here. I'm using the saturation knob to see how much it sticks out in the mix. Where is my mouse? Don't tell me I'm frozen. Okay. Ah! I just need to cut off the top end just a smidgen. Oh. Now let's turn up the saturation. There we go. Sometimes the noise level works too. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like it. So went with the 37, the J37, developed by the same team. If you've ever watched anything on the BBC, there you go. I normally don't high or low pass my hi-hats, but it just, I don't know, that time it seemed right. I just got a lot more room in the top end this time for whatever reason. It's all good. Let's see here. Do one last check here. I'm gonna turn off the mic, but I am gonna turn it back on. Jiving. All right. Turn down the hi-hat just a little bit. It's got some nice saturation. Got a little bit of slapback going on it. Sounding fantastic. I don't like it. We'll see if we can actually see some hi-hat marks after this. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of thickening up each sound wave. But the cool thing is I'm actually taking away mid-range. So, oh, you can actually see a little bit there versus what was there. Spot check it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love it. Living it. All right, room is a little different. Generally when you get to the room part, you just compress the living fucking shit out of it. I can't put it any other way. So I'm going to try first just doing the 1178, which is the cousin of the 1176. 1176 is one of my favorite things to put on a guitar. That's Lowell George. That's Little Feat. What he used to do is plug a telly into an 1176 and then plug another 1176 in the chain, but right behind it, so it was two of them in a row. I have a pedal on my pedal board that does the same exact thing with the 1176. It's just very clean and transparent. 1178 is a bus compressor, or something that you would use on a bus. It's really cool. I'm so glad that someone made it. I mean, oh, you know what I can do while we're waiting here, while I'm explaining things? I'm not going to do anything. Oh, you know what? I could still put, never mind. Moving too quick. So, just sounds great on, like, rooms, and, like, if you're trying to make a big room sound, 1178 is fantastic. Thing to try, at least. That one's Pulsar. So they have the Smasher, which was free last year, I believe. So I have their 1178 and their Pulsar Smasher. A Pulsar Smasher is 1176 that's hot rodded. So it just does one thing, it just smashes. It's the all button. Plus, I think a couple other things. So it is a little different, and it's good. Sometimes I do pair it with the whole bus, the drum bus period. Sometimes I use that. As far as like further down the line, I might use that as for a parallel. But I've been using distortion more, like parallel distortion, for my drum bus lately. It seems to be working better. But it's always something in my back pocket, you know. Each song is unique, so you can't sit there and say, "Oh, this is my 100% formula." At least in my head, you know, it's new every time, but you know certain things that generally will work to start out with before you go deep diving. But this has a sidechain EQ that you can customize. This has a saturation levels. It has a mix knob, so that's actually where I'm gonna be using is a mix knob here a lot. You can adjust the input, output. You got the attack, release. So it's nice. That's all I can say is that it, you know, it's nice. And we gonna, I guess we need to probably start from here. Solo this guy. This is where you can kind of tailor the punch of the drum kit. So what the sidechain EQ is doing is actually allowing those specific, like what's in yellow here, what's in red, and what's in orange, not be affected by the 1178. So those things are being left pure, and then I'm mixing in what's being affected. So I'm kind of wondering, so it does sound good. I'm wondering if I add a Neve in front of it, what would happen? Seems to be tamed. It needs to be tamed a little bit more to me. So I got the tool for the job, right? So I'm gonna take. So I'm taking this out of play for right now, so that way I can just concentrate on this. Try to get the boxiness out of it. That kind of cleared some stuff up. There we go. Oh yeah. See how this now sounds. Perfect. Like a glove. I don't need to do anything else to that. That is whew, whew. I gotta listen to that again. I gotta save it first. Let's just throw a tape machine on it too. To make it more roomy, right? I can. This is just for curiosity's sake. And the bias affects the EQ too. I really like it with the. I mean, it's good. Like the drums push more without it, but it actually sits better with the tape machine. So I'm going to also try out. Let's try out some other ones. Since I like the way that it's going. Let's see what this one does. J37 wins. Got one more. Let's see here. Hornet. They're from Italy. I like their, what is it? This HDD1. It's a Boss HDD7 delay pedal. Very famous guitar pedal. I used it on the bass actually. So now we're going to. Oh, I hate how they. This is the part that I don't like about them is that they have the x86 stuff, and I'm like, don't do that. So this one's got Japanese, American, Swiss, and then another American. So Sony, not sure which one the American is. Not sure the brands on the American ones, but it's always a good thing to try. J37 wins. All right. So got this. I've never done this on the room before, but I like it. Got the Neve. Got the top end kind of up a little bit. Found a boxy frequency, ducked it out a little bit. Found another boxy frequency, ducked it out. Then goes into the Pulsar 1178 where I got a mix knob. It's back at 41%. I don't know what it is, but I know a lot of times I do end up using this preset, the electric guitar bus density on the room. Don't know why it works. Just works. Changed it to where the warm saturation's engaged. And sounds great. And then the J37-1. Got a little bit of noise, got a little bit of saturation, got a little bit of slapback delay. Everything else is standard. Got it gained up way more than normal. Kind of played around with the flutter and wow, the warble, if you will. And let's test this guy out. Oop. I'm going to Control Z that guy. It's because I like reverbs and like space and stuff so much within audio context. Like the room is important to get right. because it can kind of change the whole energy that your drums bring. So we're trying to bring more life from the room and from the reverb is the purpose of them. It does make a difference. Let's see, let's listen to the drums by themselves. I think that's some of the best drums I've done. That sounds great as a freaking whole. But we have one more to go. And it's this normally don't do the reverb until I'm completely 100% gonna render the bus, and then I render the reverb. Just because I might want to make adjustments later. Right, big surprise, right? So I got that guy going. Now, see, all I got going here is, which I had this on the kick and snare, this same plugin initially. It's just great. It's a LA2A. LA2As are fantastic as well. They're a classic for a reason. So I need to find need to find another good tom spot. I guess we'll use this again. Have that looping, saving. I want to see if I can add some depth to my toms. Could be through like mixing a reverb in or a slapback delay. But we're going to use Applied Acoustic Systems. Sorry, I probably said it wrong earlier. Applied Acoustic Systems. Hit me up. Plugin Alliance. Hit me up. Joe Basseri. Hit me up. Okay. I actually think that's really cool. kind of snares cutting through hard. All right, yeah, I like that. It kind of just thickens it up just a little bit, and that's kind of gives some depth. It's cool. Love that oblique delay thing. You can just do so much. Because it has like resonant filters and stuff on there, so you can take an element and then like find a certain frequency set, and then like yeah, you got the decay, how much material is actually present, the format. So like you can sit there and just shape your own samples, if you want to call it that. Really cool. Now you're officially part of the drums, so we'll make you light blue now. Love it. Wow. Sweet. This is actually turning out pretty good as far as drums are concerned. I think because I got some definite, a lot of things going on with the other guitars, I'm going to have to, sometimes I can get away with just putting the console and the tape on the bus, but I think in this case, I'm going to have to do each individual one. Kind of tailor them a little bit more. Let's see. There we go. What that black box does to cymbals is it makes me happy. I'll just leave it at that. So I need to take my dogs out and feed them real quick. So I'm gonna do that. Take an ear break. But before I do that, now we are going to save project as, so we're still in mix phase 1. So we have completed drums. So drums complete. Next is, I'm gonna have to go bass next. So what I have done, where I'm at, and what I'm doing. That's just my own little kind of system to kind of know where I'm at and which session to pick if I want to go back and remix or whatever, because I'm going to have to remix it. There's another one I've been working on for a while, and I'm going to have to go back and remix it for a 4th time. I don't know what the deal is. I just can't get it quite right. I call it the spice, right? And it's the best guitar riff I've done. It just, things kind of go out of whack, so I'm going to have to treat some sections differently and probably get into more automation, which I try to avoid if possible. So, quick break. I'll be back. Made myself lunch. Got to feed my dogs and take them out. Good times. Appreciate it. Hey, Seth. Thank you. Sweet. All right, now we're gonna be working on the bass with the baked-in process I like to use. So I'm gonna start out with the main sound, which is this top one right here. And once again, Neve is a great way to go generally with bass. I don't know, it just sounds good. So we're going to try that first. See where that takes us. So I might try on some of these other ones, some different consoles, but on this main one here, this normally is what works. That's a little woofy. Oh, you know what I needed to do? There we go. Mid-side. I normally don't cut, but I normally don't use that distorted of a tone either, so let's see how it does in context. I don't like that. Okay. So I'm going to find something to boost instead. Taking away kind of took away some character, and no. It's the name of the game for me. Oops. There we go. Let's try in there first. Maybe that will work. Let's see. There we go. I like that. See here. Actually sounds great. Okay. B1 for that color, meaning tape saturation color. Ooh, yeah, I was getting hungry. Let's see. Very nice. Starting to hear the mids open up. Don't remember which track I. Okay. Just in case. I'll leave that in there for right now. Muted, of course. What to do with this one? I'll try the normal starting point, but we'll see. We'll see here. That found a nice little low spot right there. Oh crap. No worries. Man, that came to that put some life in the base. Yeah. Ooh, some Twitter. We got some Twitter action. Let me see. Ooh. On Valentine's Day, the new season comes out. I like it. See what's rolling into Vanguard. And, okay. Let's see. So tanks, I guess. Okay. Captain Butcher and Axel Intel. Nebula 5. So not Nexus 6. Nebula 5. Task Force Yeti. Oh, I like that. Wow. Okay, 2 new multiplayer maps. Ranked play, Valentine's Day. Of course, new content drops on Valentine's Day, right? Chemical Factory, new map locations. So they're redoing, like, shuffling around the map. Okay. Whoopity-doo. New operators. So it seems like they tried to put way more into this one. Okay. And armored war machines. A bomber. Wow. That, thank you. Okay, Vanguard ranked play. That's actually kind of cool. Revive balloons in Warzone. That's cool. Sorry, my sous chef is like going crazy right now. Revive balloons. Okay, and domination bubbles. Okay. Tanks. Okay, bomber tanks. Stuff we need, right? Totally necessary to the gameplay, especially in Caldera. You can't see anybody. Might as well just bomb it, right? That's nice, though. I'm hoping that will bring up the funness up a notch here. Ooh, I do like the Vanguard zombies. I'm not gonna lie. Ranked play. Okay, cool. That. Come on, come on, Call of Duty. Give me something. That's just. I don't know what it is about drums and bass with the Neve console, but it just works. Which is why I got my right beside me here. I have a Yamaha PM400, which is the poor man's Neve. Same, it sounds great on drums. So if I ever have the opportunity to do live drums, that's what I'm going to be using, and actually for guitars and bass too. I'm gonna try some different stuff on the guitar than what I would normally do, but I don't know. We'll see. Choo Choo Man, what are you doing? You're driving me crazy. All you're scattering about. Oh, he discovered his food because he finally woke up. I think A is gonna do it. Let's see. C makes it pop more. I'll go with that. You make it pop. Whoa. Fancy Warzone lighting. I'll wait until this render and I'll see what you got. Ooh, yeah, sure, thicken that up. Just sometimes just turning it up or turning it down just a smidgen really helps. Oh my gosh. That is... Is this their fix for not being able to see people on the map? Oh, it glitched on you. Oh, it glitched. Oh, wow, that's crazy. It's like you got a Predator sight. But you know what? They need something like that because, golly, I don't know how many times it's way worse than whatever it was on Vanderdusk. Like I'm getting shot at. It takes me a second or two to figure out where I'm getting hit from. Versus Vanderdusk, you could You can figure it out a little quicker. That is nuts. That's just, man, nothing like taking some acid before you play some Call of Duty. Tell you what. Wow. Pretends to be shocked. Let's see. There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. That was good. Go. Work with me keyboard. I think that sounds good right there. Can I get that? I thought I had the width on that one. Oops. Oops. I'm pretty sure I got it on this one. Yeah. So. Still don't think it's time to go crazy with something yet. Just yet. We are. Oh no. Just does such a great job. Let's see. Alright, before I even hear anything, put it in mid-side mode. I don't know if that's my keyboard saying that my battery's about to run out. I don't know. Hope it's not. Oh. Now my program is being awesome. Get some good detail. Normally I try to cut from there if it's the bass. That actually sounds good. So again, I'm having to turn on and off my keyboard. So I'm thinking I'm about to have to. So I'm going to find some batteries real quick. see if this does the trick. Let's see. I'm liking it. Let's see here. Ba-da-da-da-da. C is nice. That's a winner. That just messed with the amount a little bit. Just shifted the low end and where it kind of pokes out a little bit. Don't know why it does that, but I like that it does. That's still, man, the color glitch thing is still getting me, man. Like, that is so freaking weird. And that happened on an Xbox? Like, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Ooh. Well, listen first. I've had it a few times where it didn't, or the render didn't sound quite right. It sounded right with the plugin, but then once you rendered it, it makes a little difference, and it just sat all wrong. So I'm just making sure, you know, everything good. Nice. Hey, let's do the slap delay. Why not? Let's see how much this has. Oh, that's something I should be. I'll do that first. still want it to be pretty wide, but yeah, you can just find little widths that help it pop through a little bit more. As I say, I do it more like an onion. Something almost flipped on me. Wow. Ooh. Let's see. So by itself, that's just nasty. I'm gonna get a little more of that top end out of it. We're just gonna it's a winning combination. Promise you, I'm gonna use some other stuff down the line, but it just so good, so good. Oh, oops. My dogs are going crazy. 1 second. Good night. Okay, crisis averted. We have a new neighbor dog back behind us, and their puppy friends. We even made he kept tearing up the fence, so we just made like a little, where he made a gap in the fence. We just kind of put 3 slats horizontal, so he can kind of poke through, and they can kind of play with each other and visit with each other, if you will. And they basically just give each other puppy kisses through the fence. But the neighbor dog is probably a 6th or 7th month old German Shepherd, so high energy is all get out. He busted through before the ice storm came, and so we the owner was still actually stuck in traffic, so we actually kept the dog for him, so that way it wouldn't be out in the rain. And that dog, it's a puppy, and you can tell. Ooh, that could be interesting. That's the only thing I wish this thing had, was a low pass starting at like 30 instead of 50. See, with that, I'm kind of barely tailoring the top end of the bass, and I'm doing it from this track because it's the Joe Vasari thing where things are canceling each other out. Love it. Love it. Soft tube tape, I love you. You are fantastic. back off the amount a little bit. Let the track breathe a little more. Booyah shaka. That is what's up. Oh yeah, yeah. Spot check. Trying to see if turning it down or up a little bit would sound cool, and where I had it is lovely. Boom. Bass. Baked in process. Down. Now, going to move on to the guitars. Now, drums, bass, complete. So we're going to call this rhythm, or, yeah. That. And let's see where this takes us. Let's see here. Tone Empire is what I'm looking for. So this guy here, the Goliath, it's like a RCA kind of thing. I don't know. And this envelope section right here just makes it work really well on guitars. And you got these 3 different saturation tones. So between those 2 things, you can find something that will work on guitars really, really well. Especially with this right here. So I'm gonna try something a little different on how I approach it. I'm gonna turn off this envelope section, start here. Once I like this, then go over to the envelope section and then like fine tune it. See how that works. Ooh, there's some good choices here between the silver and the titanium. Alright, now we're going to go turn on the envelope. Oh, it just cleans it up a little bit. Oh, that's glorious. Okay. I gotta copy, put it here. See how that sounds. fizzy with the silver. Okay. You know, obviously, a lot of my tones have a lot of fizz in it. I normally don't use the titanium. I normally use the silver or the gold. So that's cool. But once again, I used a whole different amp setup, so that's not too surprising. So I'm going to start here. I think I got it in a good starting spot, but I'm probably going to have to do both at the same time here because it's kind of hard to distinguish. It does sound better when you turn it down. Wow, I'm gonna go down to 4.3. Boy. just finding that balance. There you go. There we go. Love that. Okay. Think I can finally be like, hey, let's commit. Took a little bit to balance, but it's not a bad thing. Beautimus. Still keep them around, just in case. Nah, no, I won't. Committing, I really like it. Plus, this is the layering tone, so thinking it's all gonna work out. However, I am going to try to get a starting point with the Goliath. So that's what I'm doing here. So I'm picking the left, I'm putting in the console, find something that I like on one side, and then copying it, pasting it, and then kind of going from there, kind of balancing and adjusting between the two different tracks. Let's see what happens here. Yeah. Let's see what this one's at. So yeah, I'm gonna turn these down before I try to balance them. So I'm gonna balance them with. You're trying to keep the same gain staging. It's okay if it's a little bit more, but you don't want it to be. Because with the other rhythm guitars, I had to like turn it way down, and I'm talking not like a couple notches, but like a lot. So I soloed one side just between the different saturation tones. I'm really liking the solo. See, it's like you hear it by itself, it's really hissy. Let's see. Okay. I think that's so we copy the selected. Now we're gonna go to the other side, paste that guy in. I actually honestly think that's gonna work. Let's see. So turned off the envelope section of that. But that's why I need to do the tracks individually too, because kind of, optimize each track by itself, which, makes sense, right? Now we're going to start with the left here. I think C's going to do it. Let's see. Maybe A. Okay. Well, this is my first time really trying with this for high frequency trim too, just barely notching it down. Seems to have really good definition. Oh yeah. That is magnifique. I like it. Come on, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Sweet, and you can hear it clearing it up, clearing all of the mid range up, like. If I don't say so myself. On to this. Where? Why not? Let's just keep. That seemed to work really, really well. Of course, this is a little bit of a different game here. This is more synthy than guitar like. I'm gonna turn this off. Let's see here. Oh, that thing just cleans it up when you want it. Like, it's so cool that you can kind of tailor that. Let's see what it sounds like. Ooh, titanium. This is a fart music. Oh, it's better dynamics with that. Inside the context of the mix, gold won. That's another reason why I use these RCA consoles, just because I've never seen anything else with the envelope section. Or sorry, probably should be speaking closer to the mic. Never seen something with this particular thing, and it just helps so much on heavy guitars. I mean, you can just turn it off, and it sounds great on like clean guitars or anything. It just guitars, it works really well. I'm sure for vocals it would work really well too. But it just has this mojo to it. It's great. I've been having a lot of success with the soft tube. I'm just gonna keep rolling with it. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. Nice. That kind of just blends in nicer. The A. I'm gonna go with that. Again, this is kind of like an underneath layer, so kind of some things might not sound nice by themselves, kind of deal. But hey, if it works, it works, and I ain't mad at it. Yeah. Cool. Getting rid of those. Getting a little green on these. I think it's that one. Yeah. Let's see. Make sure I didn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure I did the width on those. Let's see. Yeah. So here's where I can really experiment with something, because this is already a saturation of a saturate, like, so I don't need to add too much more saturation. So I could try a Trident on this one and see what happens. Let's do it. This is kind of like bonus round kind of thing. Arteria. So let's see. Oh my gosh. Like, even for me, that's not even audible. But somehow it does make a difference in the mix. That's great. You can tell the audio is going through. Oop, I need to do that. Yeah. Oh, wow. I was hoping that was gonna. Let's try the Tone Empire. Let's try the RCA. The Goliath. This one I'm actually gonna have to tune by like what it does to the mix. So it's probably easier to go this route. Turn off the envelope section and just I have these 3 sections to worry about: the input drive, the output drive, and then the tone. Kind of like that. Again, this is very, very much a subtlety what I'm doing right here. Mirror. Where is the box? Wow. There it is. Good night. one little notch. Oh yeah, that is. I like that. That one I had to totally just do on the context of the mix, but hey, when you're doing layering like that, not a bad thing at all. You have to have something soft to be loud. You have to have something ugly to be pretty. You know, it's the whole contrast thing. Once again. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Okay, so those were highlighted. So now I do the color, of this and that. Remove the tracks. Save. Kind of helped take back the snare too. The snare was popping out really hard, and then after that, that kind of tamed everything. Very nice. So, okay, let's get on to the kick enhancers, shall we? This is one of my other favorite parts. It's kind of like the earlier stages I really love. She's still got a lot of options. Oh, something I forgot to mention. So in your ACO configuration, go here. Sorry, normally when you do mixing, go to 512. When you're tracking 128. Oops. Oh, sounds good. It's just dealing with these delay times. So if it's on 128, it's like 0.4 and 0.5. On 512, it's 15 and 12. So you're not trying to track with when you're mixing, right? So just kind of brings it back in higher quality kind of thing. Ooh wee. All right. Liking it. So, going to save project as guitar bass. So guitars are done. Gonna go kick, snare, enhance. Now that I've tamed back a lot of the mid-range, all that kind of stuff, so now I got some more room on the canvas to play around with some of my favorite musical elements, which is the kick and the snare. So generally I do 2 per. Kind of shrink those down a wee bit. So I'll go kick high, kick low. So from here, I'm gonna go with the high first. I normally do. So go into here, send into kick high. This is going to be one of those blended elements that kind of sit down -30 or -42. Just something underneath to kind of make the sphere pop. Gotta pop that sphere. Let's see. And at this case too, I'm not worried about the baked in process with the console and the tape. I'm just worried about, because I already got that put in and I'm creating a sample off the original sound. So a lot of that's already baked in. What? So on this oblique delay, which is one of my favorite overall plugins. So I'm looking for day. Okay. Looking for something to pop. Not a low plop, but a high pop. If I crunch, maybe that could work. Try that. See, right now I'm adjusting the frequency. So you know how high pitched it was? Still high pitched, but it's not as high pitched as, so I'm on 283. See, and I keep making it lower and lower in pitch. And then I can see, the decay is how long the sample lasts, or this object resonant filter. This is like the attack. This is how much like the material is actually in the signal. This is the frequency that it resonates at. It's like little forks or spoons, right? Like the little spoons. One thing I might, let me see. And I want it poking through, but not like, oh my gosh, this is piercing my ears. Because I'm still going to go through that parallel distortion phase. So I'm actually leaving a little high room for that, the high end room for that. Because when you add in distortion like that, you have more harmonics. So then it travels further up the frequency spectrum. So sometimes it's good to save back some high end here towards the end. But that's a pretty solid. And don't think I'm like cheating, because past 2005, there's been tons of records where it's not even the drummer's actual performance. It's just, he placed the kicks and then they put samples over it, so it wasn't even what the sound that it was in the studio. And some do sample layers, which like Megadeth, Peace Cells is a great example of that, where they use the combination, the blend between the two. Oh yeah. I'm committing. That is. Mono. Let's see what mono sounds like first. That should work. And see now, and then this also leaves me for two choices. To because later on in the I actually do the guitar buses first and then the bass bus. Like I do the opposite order, what I have been, as far as like I normally start with the drums and bass, then guitars. When I get to the bus part, like this track right here, where I basically going to take away all these other tracks and didn't officially blend them all together or render them all together. I leave this because I will then use a special plugin that will then carve out frequencies in the bass track for the kick. So now I got two different options, or both. I can actually feed both of those tracks into the bass bus to make more room for the kick later on. So that's cool. Like, that's another advantage of doing this, is you kind of give yourself two different kind of thing and see which one feels better, or what combination feels better. Butamus. Okay. Oblique delay again. Once again, this is going to sit lower in the mix, probably -30 to -42, or somewhere in between. We'll see. You never know until you actually get into it, but it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good, right? Christmas Vacation? So kick low. Now it's more like a treble drum. Here's the big advantage, is the decay with with the low end. All right. There's two possible ones I could do with this. I could go with that, which I actually really like that, and I actually, in this context, that might win. But it's always good to check. I have a Subkick emulator thing here. It is this SK10. So this is going to be like boomy. And I can take away some, but I don't have as much control, but sometimes you don't need that. But, let's see. Let's see what that does. Like if I don't want to go like the synthetic sampler route, this is what I do. Sounds good too. Wow. Oh, but that just sits so much better. Leaves room, more room. Yeah. You're a winner, baby. You're a winner. Love it. Love it. Love it. But one thing I haven't had, and shame on me, is actually down the width. nice. Oh, that is good. That's good. It's like the cheese. It's Gouda. So obviously, same sort of deal. Trim these up a little bit. Yeah. So snare, crack, snare, body. So we're gonna go to that snare crack. We're going to go to the, let's see. Do I do the snare buzz? Yeah, I'll do the snare buzz for the crack because I already got a lot of good snap in there, so this is probably a good layer to put in there. Really? There we go. Oh, I know why now. Okay. Yeah, because that. Nice. Snare buzz. It's actually really good. Especially if you do it my process, like do what I do with mainly, everything with plugins. That's just kind of, normally you put a couple or a mic at least underneath the snare too in real life. So that kind of helps pick up that underside of the snare. And you kind of, once again, you can tailor it. Like I just made a few adjustments to it and then booyah. So this is where I'm going to get the depth out of the snare, is this snare body. Here, we're going to get that depth, get that. This is where it's going to kind of blend in with the bass a little more. Going to get that body. So, Trusty Dusty, Applied Acoustic Systems, hit me up. Oblique delay. Snare enhancers. This one's going to be a little more difficult, I think. Who knows? Cause a Caribbean vibe. That's it. Bring it down, but then take the decay, make it shorter. There we go. I think I got something. Oh, yeah. From the breath of the snare. Yeah, I like that. Let's see here. Let's just go for it. That's the thing too. I can still do stuff in post or turn it down. Nice. I really enjoy how that's doing. What it's doing, rather. Cool. That is wow. That's cool. Gonna though edit up. The starting point here. So I really don't need that hi-hat count in anymore, and I just like where it starts at. You know, kind of one of those accident things. Didn't mean to do that, but I'm glad I did. I have to go that route there. Yeah. All right. I actually really like that. Okay, cool. That little, it sounds like a reverse reverb kind of going up in there. Not mad at it. Cool. So now it is down to getting down to the buses. Yes, Walgreens, I know I have prescriptions. I know. So I don't know why on some of these tracks that there's like this weird. Oh well. I'll fix that later. But we are on to phase 2. Alright, we're gonna go bus. Individual bus. Ah. Comp. So here I'll actually, sorry, when I do the bus distortion, that's when I'll start with the guitars and then work down the drums, but still going to start with the drums here. And Joey Sturgis, interesting dude, actually. He was the hot producer slash sound engineer for the screamo band slash metalcore bands back in the 2000s, 2010s. Learn how to codes its own plugins now. And a lot of his stuff is actually really good. His Tone Forge, like he has a guitar sim plugin that has a whole bunch of different amps, and it does things a little differently, but it's all kind of included in the plugin itself. As far as what you get, I mean, you got to work with the guy from Archetypes, which is really cool. Jeff Loomis, which is a big deal. Oh, did I do the width on the snare? I don't think I did. Oops. So cool. That width thing is so cool because it kind of tailors the low and the high end to it's just a different element, and helps kind of let some things poke through in different areas of the speaker. I just love it. But back to Joey Sturgis. I came up with these plugins, and they're for this particular purpose, what I'm doing right now. They have certain characteristics, you know, open, fat, and you know, it just depends on the song. It does a really good job. It kind of gets you to where you kind of be if you had just like a plain bus compressor, but it just gets you there a lot faster. So why the hell not? So I found that like either 1 to 2 dBs is good. So we'll start there. That's a good starting point. And then I got it for bass. I normally just do the high. So let's see how. So that. What it's doing is just kind of gluing the bus together. It's just kind of meshing all those tracks together nicely. normally, every once in a while I do low and high, but not very often. But that seems to work. Something I can try to. Even though that's doing the trick. There we are. Self-doctor. Sounds better without it. Wow. It's been one of the very few times. All right. That's pretty cool. All right, back to the Joey Sturgis. I got him for guitars too. It just does a great job and makes it easy. Nothing wrong with that. the first time I haven't used the bright switch either. Wow. Cool. Just these sit in such a different place as far as volume goes, so using the same plugin, but probably gonna have different settings on it. Woo! First time for no bright and no extra harmonics. Yeah. Of course, it makes total sense because that just has a ton of harmonics and subharmonics and due to all the distortion. So makes sense actually. That's clear. That's nice. Wow, wee woo. All right, this is the time to renders the reverbs for the drums. Kind of have the room set by this reverb here, and it's just the drums in there, and then I use some slight slap echo and reverbs on the guitars to kind of fit it in there. But I found that for me, getting the drums in there and then kind of then tailoring everything around it, around the drum reverb, as far as like the other echoes and all that kind of stuff, all the background stuff, kind of, this is the foundation of it, is this reverb here. That is committed. Let's see here. Let's see what this. Oh, I needed to. Oops. I guess no. That is right. Okay. And that's why I leave it alone, because when I make adjustments down here and then I'm ready to commit, it just does what it needs to do. Does what it needs to do down here. It's just high diffusion, very fizzy. I'm lost in a cave. Just does, I don't know. That Tal Reverb 4 is just something else when it comes to drum reverb. But now, I'm ready to render the buses into stereo and then start working on bus distortion. So, save project as comp. I guess I gotta actually spell it completed. Individual bus distortion. And here's another one of my favorite parts, because this actually changes the game and kind of brings back the original sound that I had, the raw sound, back into it. So I'm just going to render these real quick. I know some people do more bus stuff, but I don't. Like, if it sounds good and it's gelling, gelling like Magellan, then so be it. Yeah. Ooh. But while this is going on, I need to get things started for dinner, because that'd be smart, right? And so give me about 5 minutes to start up the crock pot here. One moment. Still got a couple dogs outside, but we're just going to be rendering here. But I got a pork loin in the crock pot. Boom. So we're going to render tomato, yeah. So now we're about to get into that one thing I was actually talking about earlier, where I'm going to use a special kind of plugin, which you can actually use creatively. Especially, I mean, I don't use near as many tracks as some people do. So, like, you can then kind of get how you like it to sound and then get things to play off each other, or just use it to blend sounds together. It's really cool. So yeah, let's see here. So I'm gonna do the kick to the bus here, none, and then return on 3 and 4. I believe that's how the configuration goes. And we're gonna go to Waves Factory and Track Spacer. So this is what's cool. Basically, this low cut here just basically goes through. Let's see if it's working. Okay, see how it's moving all that room out. So if I don't want it to do it in the low end, or only so much in the low end, I bring up the low cut. I'm doing there, every time the kick hits, it's opening up that frequency space up to like 21%, and then it pushes it to the side of the, so it pushes the bass to the side, lets the kick take over the mid. So that's really freaking cool. Or I could go the other way with it. So now I see I've narrowed down the space to let the pop of the kick, or the clack, or the attack. So you still get the bass, and actually the initial hit of the bass you still get, because with the attack and release, I'm not allowing this effect to take over until, you know, a certain amount of time. there's a lot to play around with. It's more experimental, so there's just a lot to play around with. The freeze function is just basically if you just wanted to open up that frequency right there where the darker space is and just leave it open the whole time versus dynamically working. But I like the dynamic thing. And I can move it away from the attack of the base too, like where the frequency range is hitting with the attack of the base. I can actually move it to where those two attack areas gel. I gotta get my dog's deck on. Come on, dude, please. Stop staring at me. Come on. My lab came right in, and then my schnauzer just stares at me. All right. That's so cool, and that's why I render those in mono. Is that exact reason? Right there. So that means I gotta re-render the base stem. But that's okay. I think I liked how that worked. Yeah, turn down the low a little bit. Nice. Like it. Now I will render the drums. That way also my computer doesn't shut down because it's trying to do dynamic processes. Another reason though. go ahead and bake that dynamic EQ in there. I'm going to remove it. Going to back to its color. So now we're back to the regular order of things. Drum, bus, distortion. There, and this is one of my flat out favorite plugins slash audio pieces of equipment in existence. Straight period. End of story. Where are you? Come on, Elysian. There we go. Phil's Cascade. I think there's only one unit in the whole entire world as far as like a real one. It's something just experimental that one of his employees from Elysian came up with. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna check to see if my Schnauzer is ready. He was ready. All right. So so again, this is kind of like an underneath layer thing. But this is how you can kind of like EQ without using EQ. And I think in a much more fun way and interesting way. Okay, okay. Really like that. And that's what it is. But it gives a lot more consistency to all your stuff. Aggressive Synth Lead, we'll remember that one. That definitely would work. That's okay. does make it sound, makes it hit hard. The beat blower. Actually, I really like that. That kind of has that classic. I wouldn't say classic, sorry, but signature Terrapin pattern sound. We'll keep going down the line, but Beat Blur is so far the winner. That one's great too. I think I'm with the go now. Fits the mix really well. Tightens up the drums, gets them to hit hard, puts life into them. Okay. Think I'm actually going to commit to that. So let's do it. So, man, I could sit there and go down all these rabbit holes of trying to dynamic EQ into this and go into that and, route out to this and back. Or I can just route into the Filth Cascade and just find something that works. It's a lot simpler. It's got that good rolling too. Yeah. Kind of sits in the right place. We are committed. We are joyous. We are happy. We just fried up a nice skillet full of bacon right there. So let's make another. All right. We go. Same deal. I'm just gonna first just solo it. Oops, but I have to route. That'd be good. That'd be great. There we go. And it might be something like that because, man, this thing's already so flippin' distorted, right? Alright, let's try it in here. That actually does not sound bad. That does sound good. I think I've used that acoustic guitar boost on the bass before. All right. Yeah, that does sound good. Dang. Let's see. Oh yeah. Without with. Just makes that nice sheen over the top. I like it. I'm not going to commit to it just yet. I'm going to leave that like how it is. Move on to the other guitars so that way I can just go back and change it. But I think I'm going to go with it. It's just kind of figuring it out here. Distortion route. Wow. All right. Let's see here. Oh. I think I'll just get through this piece here and then I'll call it quits for today because I've been working at this for a while. But let's see here. Come on. Where you be? I'm actually pretty excited about how this one's going to work here. Let's see here. Let's see. Too farty. Oh boy. I'm gonna once again gonna stick with that for the moment. Oops, it's that one. See, I'm loving the guitars now, but now I'm kind of questioning the bass, which I'm glad I. You know, the bass does not sound bad. Just needs a little. And this is supposed to help to like make sure everything kind of sticks out on its own too. Something I haven't done before. I haven't messed with the width of the less distortions. I like it all the way wide. Actually, I think that, yeah. So we'll get these rendered down. Ugh. yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Gonna change you to green. Then I'm gonna print you in mono. Let's see here. Still not 100% sold on the base yet, but sounded good. It just I forgot to switch this plug into mono, and so sometimes that messes with it a little bit. But I'll go back, play with that later, give my ears a break, because it just could be my mind playing tricks on me. I don't know. But anyways, I mean, yeah, I've been doing this for over 5 hours. It's been fun. It's been a great time. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hopefully, probably be doing some video games here and stuff over the next couple days. We shall see. And you have a glorious rest of your time here. A lovely tomorrow. A wonderful future. Because it smells like bacon.